yesterday. So what about today? And not forgetting our sponsors, you have your employers attending, the employers that are the ones that are going to hopefully employ some of you here attending. We have United Capital, ARM, FSDH, FBN Quest, Asset Management, Meristem, EY, Sterling, Coronation, Merchant Bank, Greenwich Merchant Bank, Leadway Assurance. And please, just a bit of housekeeping for our employers. If you could change your name or update your name to include your company. So let's assume you say David Brown, then you have a bracket and include your company in the bracket so that we participants here know that you are representing those companies. So it'd be nice if you could update your profile, that's your name on Zoom. So what are we going to talk about today? I'm glad that today we're going to start off with talking about career opportunities. So it's an employer session. You're going to have some employers where we're going to talk about career opportunities in these various companies in asset management, private equity, investment banking, consulting, financial markets. So that's what we're going to talk about now. It's a quick session we're going to start. And just to recap, after that session, we're going to have an interesting session about your profile on LinkedIn. But we're going to start off with this. So I would like to invite our guests. And what I will tell everyone is if you have a question, please make sure you just type it in the chat, but you can also put up your hand. We'll see your hand up and our host will just release your mic so you can have a chat. Also, I would like you to know that all the companies, there's something called your breakout room. If you check breakout room, you will see a nice list of all the employers we currently have here, and you could jump in and have a chat in the breakout rooms. So each company listed here has breakout rooms. You have ARM, Coronation Merchant Bank. So just click on the breakout rooms. You see all the companies there. Ernst & Young is there as well. FSDH Merchant Bank Limited, Greenwich Trust Limited, Leadway Assurance, and Meristem. So please join them at the breakout rooms if you have any questions. But before you go to the breakout rooms, they're already here for this session. This is the career opportunities in asset management, private equity, investment banking, consulting, and financial markets. And I would like to introduce our guests. So I'd like to introduce Adeleke Piton. He's the head of talent and reward management, ARM Holdings Company Limited. We also have Dikpo Adebajo. He's the head organizational design and talent acquisition, Sterling Bank PLC. We have Kayode Adesoye, CFA, Finance Manager, Leadway Assurance Company Limited. We have Ebuwa Babajide, Head, Human Capital Management and Administration of Greenwich Merchant Bank. And I'll be moderating the session. I'm David Brown, Managing Partner at D. Brown Consulting and also a consultant with the World Bank. So I'll just jump in now and I would like to, let me just stop my slides. And let's see if we can just have a general panel session. Hello, everybody. I'd like to confirm, is Adeleke here?
Hello, David, I'm here.
Good. Hello, hi, Adeleke, how are you doing? And I'll just jump in with you and start with you. If you could, let's do like a quick 1 minute talk about general career opportunities. What are if you can give us the roles, just a list of the roles that are available in your industry or in your company. Very quick, everybody have the chance to quickly do that.
Okay, thank you, David. I'll say the roles available within my organization are very varied. So you have the portfolio. You have what we call investment management roles. Those are portfolio managers, investment analysts, and the likes. We have a research team. So if your interest is more along, reading a lot of news and working on Excel, just to get to the roots of company valuation and that sort of thing, we have that as well. We have roles in the back office when it comes to operations, fund accounts, and stuff like that. And then, of course, for people who prefer to be client-facing relationship managers, those exist at ARM as well. But beyond those roles in traditional asset management, we have roles in the trustees subfield of asset management. And then, of course, we also have positions in infrastructure, private equity. So I think that pretty much just sums it up. That's in addition to roles, of course, in the shared services that have to say HR or whatnot. But I'm sure that this crowd here is not interested in that.
Okay, so that's great. That's great. Thank you. Seems you have roles everywhere. That's great. So Dick Paul, Dick Paul is head of organization design. I'm guessing OD is organization design and talent acquisition, Sterling Bank PLC. I guess you see quite a lot of people coming in. Which would you say is the role that's most popular for you? What do you see mostly when it comes to talent acquisition?
Hi, David. Thank you so much for having me. And you're correct, ODs of design. Um, to be particular about what roles would interest our audience today within the banking industry, specifically Sterling, would be such as investment analyst. Uh, we have roles within our FinCon, financial control, such as finance reporting officers or head of the team, as it were. Within our corporate and investment banking, so we have the private banking who need CFA competencies in terms of engaging private banking clients. We have within our treasury roles where people within this category can also fit in. Excuse me. Also for our capital management, investor relations, these are roles that CFA professionals can fit in. Within our audit, compliance, there's need for financial analysis expertise within there. And I dare to say also for our managing director role, it's beautiful that when Abu, our MD, was an executive director, he was overseeing HR and finance, okay? And I always ask the question, which of those skills made him managing director? Is it HR, managing people, or finance? I'm here to get an answer, but I guess it's finance.
Money.
So, yeah, so.
So is it managing people or managing money? Interesting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So those are the roles existing.
Okay. All right. I'll move on to someone that's managing money right now. Kayode, a finance manager. So I'll just say that's your new role of managing money. And who do you work with mostly? What roles do you closely work with in Leadway Assurance currently?
Hi, David. Basically, I work with almost every department within the business. So, I mean, considering the fact that you're in charge of, ensuring that the resources of the company is invested wisely, managed prudently. So your role cuts across, the portfolio managers, the teams, in terms of strategy and principal management teams, the investment analyst, the finance analyst, the budgeting and control analyst, risk managers, the actuaries, which I thought was something that I should say on this forum, because I feel like it's also a part of finance that I'm not sure people are very onto as much, but I think it also holds a promising career path for those interested. Yeah, so basically my role cuts across the entire business. And at Leadway, we have quite a number of, we have an asset management subsidiary, we have a pension subsidiary, we have insurance, which, as we all know, sort of has to do with not just managing risk, but also, managing the funds that sort of backs the risk undertaking. So yeah, it cuts across the entire business.
Thanks a lot for that. So it seems we have to be multifaceted, multi-talented to be able to fit in. Yeah, it's not just one role. Ebua, are you here? I'm trying to see if I can see Ebua.
Yes, I am. You need to unmute me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, our host. So thanks, Ebua. I think your role is really getting the people in. So at the end of the day, the buck starts and stops with you as head human capital management and administration. So if you could tell me your experience, especially the fact that you have so much growth potential because you're pretty new in the industry, so to say. Of course, it was Greenwich, but now Greenwich Merchant Bank. Could you tell us the experience recruiting and what that has been?
Okay, so for us, like you said, really we have a huge growth potential because we're new. We're transitioned from an investment bank to a merchant bank. So my experience basically is, you see, because it seems to be the poster boy of the organization. Everybody wants to be an investment banker. But when you look at the staff strength, that's about it. I find that I tend okay. So I find that we need to always constantly engage them to get them to keep an open mind that there are other roles beyond advisory, beyond investment banking for us. And they tend to do well also in other places like research, risk, and strategy.
Okay. If I may ask, sorry, Bo, I think your network is a bit. If I may ask, let's assume someone's just starting out. What advice would you give? What trajectory would you give? Where would you say is the best place to start? If there's anything such as best place to start for someone that's just starting out, I think I'll throw that to Eboa first. As in, someone is just zero knowledge. Where do you think is the best place to start?
Okay, so I think it's there's some dependables. So for instance, zero knowledge, where do you want to build a career? Or for me, I would say in an investment bank, the best place to start would be research. Because you find that there you are busy, you're crunching numbers, you get to understand the micro and macro environments, you get to understand the business, and it becomes easier for you to get into investment banking if you need to, get into asset management, even get into any of the back office functions because you have an understanding of the business. So I would say the best place to start would be research.
Research, okay. I'll throw that to Kayode, back to Kayode. So did you start in research, Kayode? What was your trajectory or your career? How did your career pan to where it is now? Can you give us a quick?
I started in treasury actually. So
Okay.
I did treasury for a little bit, and then from then I moved on to financial planning. So financial planning is essentially your evaluating investment decision making for the business. So we want to do X. What over the what would be the NPV of the project over, I don't know, a 10-year period, something of that sort. And then so I haven't really done research before, but for everyone that's looking to be a very well-rounded finance professional, you sort of have to ensure that you sort of have a very well-rounded knowledge of everything. You read the news, quite a number of free resources to use just to keep abreast of everything that's going on. So essentially, you'd be able to fit it into a research analyst role or an investment analyst role or a financial advisor or planner, any of all those things. I feel like for the upcoming finance professionals, you have to think more around being well-rounded as against just saying, I'm a portfolio manager or I'm a research analyst, so to speak.
Okay, interesting. So Adeleke, I agree kind of with Abua about research because I see a lot of when people get to a certain higher level because of that foundation.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, David.
David, your mic, something's gone wrong. It's just. We can't hear you at all now. Earlier it was noisy, but now we can't hear anything. I think try speaking. Okay. No, now it's just noisy, but nothing, no sound. Might be network possibly, I don't know. No sound still at all. Can you try plugging out your, okay, I think you're coming back.
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, everybody. So those are the challenges of working remotely, right?
Mike, your volume is low.
Okay.
Can you increase your volume?
Okay, so let me just
We can't hear you, David. at the moment. But we could hear you, just we needed to increase your volume a little.
Okay, I'm using the system now. Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
Yes, much better.
Okay, so I've removed the headset and I'm trying to connect directly. Sorry about that. Okay, thanks, Eboa. You were talking about research, joining research, and that kind of gives you the fundamentals, gives you the real fundamentals. Now, typically, when someone has the fundamentals like that, it seems easier to kind of move up. And I've seen in my own career, I've seen certain people at a certain level, because they didn't have that fundamental or that foundation, solid foundation, it's a bit difficult to move to another role. So I wanted to ask Adeleke, as head of talent and reward management, have you seen that situation? There's some opportunity and it's very difficult for someone to fill it because of that lack of foundation. I don't know if you've had that experience.
Oh yeah, certainly I do. I have that experience. What I've found, like you rightly mentioned, fundamentals in pretty much every career path. Once you miss it, you're always going to have difficulties. And the three key things that you get from working in research are: one, analytical thinking; two, understanding the fundamentals, like I mentioned earlier on; and lastly, business writing. Business writing, even though it sounds pretty vanilla, it's actually a very difficult skill to master. And as you keep growing up during your career in investment management or finance, it becomes ever more important. And the best time to grow that skill is pretty much when you're just starting out, the foundation. And once that is gone, it becomes very difficult for certain professionals, that I've seen, to actualize their full potential, because they just don't have that core skill, business writing. Of course, along with the other ones, but business writing in particular, I found, like I think Jeff Bezos said, writing is thinking.
Yes, you're so right. Business writing skills. So sometimes we always concentrate on the hard skills and we forget those soft skills that are very important for relationship building.
Exactly.
Dipo, so as head of organizational design, Dipo, I'm sure, things are changing so fast, especially after COVID. What do you see as your ideal organizational structure, and what kind of new roles are coming out of that? Are they the same old roles, or are they the same old roles with new skills, or completely new roles? How do you see the landscape and the career opportunities around that landscape?
Absolutely. Thanks, David. You're right. The entire landscape is changing, especially with the future of work, which is the work of now, which is here. So designs are changing. There's less of hierarchy in terms of designing structures and operating models within organizations. So things are becoming flatter than usual because communication, collaboration needs to be faster. People want to build products in a very agile way, or design new processes in a very agile way, which means bringing cross-functional skills into the same room. So, and the impact of this is everyone has to be adaptable. Your learning agility has to be increased because you're in the same room with a finance person, a technology person, a salesperson, and you have to, work on a project end to end and deliver solutions in a quick way. So we are building up designs in a way that things are becoming more decentralized. So which means position ourselves in silo structure before. So HR is HR. Risk is risk. Finance is finance. Now you have dotted reporting. You have collaborations come to the same room. So this is the way teams are designed in a very flexi agile way. The impact of that for young talents is for them to increase their adaptability quotient, even for us who have been in organizations and working years before. And of course, learning agility has to be increased.
That's interesting. So, and I think for young organizations just starting out, they have the benefit of building out that instantly. And I think that way Abua comes in, as in how have you structured the organization? Then we want to kind of pull some insights into career opportunities in this maybe new space. Maybe there's some new things you've done that we can kind of borrow from. Oh, on mute. Sorry. I don't know. How are we unmuting people? Sorry. Read your lips.
Yes, I guess. Thank you. That's fine. Okay, so for us, we are not exactly new. We've been in business for about 25 years. But really, like you said, a lot of things are changing. We have some old roles, and now you need new skills, new talents. You need to also, those roles are becoming, technology needs to enable those roles now. So you don't have the archaic audits anymore. You have a risk-based audit. You have software for doing all of that. So for us, we find that we need to train our staff. We need to upskill them so that everybody leverages technology as a business enabler. And then really, it's a new terrain. We have new products. We need to get new platforms. Before now, we didn't have things like internet banking. We need to get all of those things on board to compete adequately. So it's a challenging time, yes, but it's also very interesting because now, like I think Miton just said, you're sitting in meetings with IT, meetings with other businesses with risk, and you're also learning and collaborating. So it's a refreshing experience for us at this time.
Interesting. Thanks for that. I think I'm going to bring in the audience here, and I'll ask Emmanuel Banjo. You have your hands up. Emmanuel, I think I've released your mic. Emmanuel, are you there? Okay. We also have, so if you have a question, you can always put your hand up and I'll release your mic so you can ask a question directly to our panel. And I also have Okeke. Let me release your Okeke Kenechukwu. Are you there? I've released your mic.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. Okay, so my question is, do you see big data? So my question is, do you see big data and data analytics becoming an important part of finance in the next coming future?
Okay, I'll probably throw that
Hello,
first.
sir.
Yes, we heard that. Do you see big data and becoming a big part of finance in the near future? That's the question, right? So you can stay on the line, Kenechukwu. You can stay on the line while our panelists answer the question. So I don't know if Kaide could take that, and then anyone else as well. But Kaide, are you there?
Yes. So definitely big data and analytics has like a huge role to play in the future of finance. Decision making based on real-time data, cannot, be overemphasized to how you're able to outcompete and how you're able to add value to your business, so to speak. So yes, finance is definitely moving from where we are right now. I mean, financial modeling is key at this very moment, but that is sort of going to move, further into a lot more of things being, automated in terms of, being able to use some of the programming languages, as against just working with Excel and things like that. So I think, yes, big data, analytics and programming for even finance people is going to be quite important in the future, I think.
Yes, so that's pretty true. So I'd like anyone else to jump in, and maybe I'll throw in AI a bit. So AI, big data, let's put that pile together and see how that's transforming what you currently do and how that will affect careers, what people need to do to be able to meet up and get jobs in your institutions. Who wants to take that up?
Well, for me, I think it's beyond finance. I think big data AI, like you said, transcends the entire business. Because, for instance, if I have AI for recruitment, it makes my selection process devoid of bias. So I believe that all of that big data and AI can function in any part of the business. So for us on the career fair, the young ones, it's to get the necessary skills so that you can compete. Or sometimes, I've seen that sometimes you don't have the skill especially for the graduate trainees that we have hired. But we see that they are smart, they are young, they are analytical, they are teachable, and they are trainable. So in such instances, we take them on board, we put them through training academy, through training schools, and we assign them to mentors and managers who groom and grow them. So I think it's a given. It's a future for us, really. We need to take data-driven decisions. And even when you present things to your board or management, sometimes it is data that helps you convince them to go this route or agree with your recommendation.
Great.
I'm
I like the
sorry.
word you. trainable. You need to be trainable. So everyone, career opportunities for you, as long as you are trainable, you know that you can get those skills. So Adeleke had a point as well.
Oh, yes, I do agree that AI and analytics will play a very big role in the future of finance, but I'm a bit skeptical about big data. And I'll tell you why. So even though it's something that is used quite frequently, I find that in applying it, I don't know. So big data is pretty much what three V's, and the volume, the velocity, and the variety. I honestly can't think of any application for it in finance. The closest you can come to is high frequency trading, which is really not big data. It's just pretty much volume and analytics doing a lot of work in the back end, and of course AI. But big data as in its purest form, I don't see, and maybe I'm just the Luddite here, but I really don't see any application for it in the near term.
Okay, so I don't know if Kayode has a different view there.
I mean, it depends on so there are always varying opinions around how soon all these different new tools we read about AI and all these things would sort of be a more regular part of working and decision making and processes, especially here Nigeria, Africa. But the thing is that analytics, real-time decision making, and just especially for say in the insurance industry where I currently work, being able to have like real-time data on, I don't know, how my customer who has a motor policy is driving around town, where is he going to, what kind of areas does he usually drive to, and then using that to sort of determine pricing and all these sort of things, I would think is, big data would help with that. Or maybe we sort of need to clarify what our definition of big data and analytics and AI and all these different terms is, because I feel like a lot of us, if you're not really deep into it, you use those terms interchangeably and you just say, but I think what everybody is talking about mainly is geared towards, automation of just making decision making real time. So whatever technology that's going to help you get there. And as a finance person, in terms of your analytics, using BI as against, having to draw charts on PowerPoint, so to speak. So all these different things that can make your life easy, that can make, reporting timely, and then enhance decision making and value adding, I think, is what I would put in that category. And I think it has a role in finance in the future.
Yeah, thanks for that.
Okay.
Thanks for that. And
Okay,
Dikbo, you want to add to that?
Quickly. Yes, just quickly. I think irrespective of wherever the argument is going, we should just build a culture of keeping data. We're in a part of the world where keeping data wasn't at the forefront, but now as things begin to change because of technology, we see that data is very key. And little organizations or small organizations or nimble organizations who have imbibed this culture, we see them as scaling fast. I mean, for us in Sterling, like Ibu has said, even in human capital, we decided that we wanted to be storing data in a proper way for the past 2 years. And just recently, my CHRO wanted to meet with the board, and she said, you know what, I'm not going to speak so much grammar. I just want data, to speak in my presentation. So in a nutshell, we should just build a culture, because we can never know when this data will be relevant to help us in our business and all that we do.
Yes. So thanks for that. And here we have banks. We have a Sterling Bank. We have a Leadway Assurance, an insurance company, Greenwich Merchant Bank, and then ARM Holding, which has quite a lot of asset management and all different sectors in one firm. And also we have, of course, so those skill sets, I think one key word there is risk management. I know it's a career in risk management, but I think as a finance specialist, you need to understand risk and how you manage risk and the data. If you have a lot of data on somebody, I think Kayode was, I think, mentioning about your car, where you go. I mean, some statistics, your Facebook page, there's some statistics even on your data. If you recharge, if you leave your phone to your credit to finish, it actually means something. I think they said then higher risk of a loan default. because you actually wait till your credit finishes and stuff. There's some statistics out there. So all those data, why is it called big data? I think for me, it's a made-up term, big data. It just means there's data everywhere, different disparate data sources that come together, and they say it's big data is just because the data is huge. There's lots of data on everything. Google, you go on Google and search, by the time you get home on your email, you see what you are searching, advertising. So I think it's just the different data sources, unstructured, structured data, and all coming together in one place, and they call it big data. So I think that's my definition of big data. There's one more hand up. I'm going to ask Bashir. If Bashir, you can ask your question, Bashir Ajao. You can ask your question. I'll just unmute your mic.
Okay, thank you, David.
Go ahead.
My question is, I think Miss Ebon will be able to answer this question directly. What advice can you give to a young graduate willing to explore one of these opportunities in finance and investment industry, to have a breakthrough into the industry? Like in what best way can a young graduate position him or herself better to give a best shot, starting from the application process, selection stage, and interview and the likes? So what advice can you give around that?
Okay, thank you for that question, Bashir. So what I would advise a young graduate is like there are lots of companies who have graduate trainee programs. I guess that you'll be within the age limit. You apply for that. They should study. It's typically we start with a cognitive assessment test. What does that measure? It measures your IQ. So you need to study and make sure you're able to pass that level of assessment. Then we have some interviews where we meet you one-on-one, and it's not about you knowing so much, but we expect that for what you should know at that level, you show a mastery of that subject. So for instance, maybe you read economics in university, and we ask you basic economics questions, money supply, money demand. I am not able to show a mastery of that. Then it shows that you probably are not very detailed in your area, in your core area. So we expect you to exhibit that mastery of what you do know, to show that you are teachable, you are learnable, and then also attitude matters. Sometimes some people have done so well, but the attitude comes across off. So you also need to have a good attitude, good approach, be teachable, be learnable. Be teachable and be willing to learn. And beyond that, you would have a training academy, I guess, for 4-6 weeks, depending on the institution. When you are there, when a lot of us, when we are growing up, we are told, oh, don't make noise, keep quiet, and it tends to affect you in class. In those academies, you need to not make noise, you need to ask questions, be engaged, engage your instructors, learn as much as you can. You have to take out assignments every day, go back and study and read, and also be aware of the environment. Be aware of the macro environment, be aware of what's happening in the financial services. So I think if you have all of this, you should be able to succeed at any interview or graduate trainee program that you'd sign onto. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. I think that was very comprehensive, very comprehensive. I have a question for Coyote. It's from Hafiz. Hafiz is asking, please, how does actuarial science overlap with the CFA?
I think basically, if I can explain this in simple terms, the CFA certification focuses more on the asset side of things, right? So focuses more on managing, funds, investments, and just, getting the most out of whatever financial resources you have. Whilst the actuarial side of things, or the actuarial qualification, focuses largely on managing risk, and especially, estimating liabilities and things like that. So, pricing. So how do I get money in? How do I make sure that, I'm pricing right? How do I make sure that, I'm matching assets with liabilities? How do I make sure that, I'm managing my exposure, so to speak? So that's where actuaries, so I say they are opposite sides of the fence. So the CFA guys on the asset side of things, and the actuaries on the liability side of things.
Okay, super. And I think just to close things out, if we can each just tell us a little bit about the firm, your firms, and why we should want to start our career with you and end our career with you, join you and never leave. So I'll start with Adele.
and ARM Holdings Company Limited.
Okay. So why should anyone join ARM? First of all, ARM has a very long and distinguished history in the asset management space in Nigeria. One, two, we probably have like the most varied opportunities for anyone wishing to explore a career in finance or investment management, from private equity to investment management to trusteeship, securities, trading, or if pensions is your flavor, then you have all that at ARM. And then lastly, I'll say the culture. At ARM, we don't see ourselves as a cold, faceless organization. We see ourselves as one family, and we represent in the ethos of everything that we do. So, for instance, we are very big on transparency and openness. And it's not just something that we see and put on the plaque on the wall. If you come to ARM, you find that even the way we've designed our workspaces is just glass. So there's nobody in a room somewhere cooking juju in a pot. Even down to the CEO, our door is always open when she's around. And that just goes to show you how much of the family we think of ourselves. And you can ask around, some of the most distinguished professionals in the asset management, investment management space in Nigeria, quite a number of them are ARM alumni. So when you're joining ARM, be joining an organization that is very committed to your success, both now and in the future. You'll be joining a distinguished society of very proud and capable people. And of course, we join our family. And of course, we won't
Thank you.
family.
Thank you, Adeleke Victor. Thank you. And Dikpo, head of O&D and Talent Acquisition, Sterling Bank. So same question, Sterling Bank. Why Sterling Bank?
Okay, thanks, David. For us in Sterling, we say it's talent meets purpose, which means you're coming to Sterling to do something that is bigger than you, something that will keep you awake all night, something that will give you a sense that you're contributing and making impact in the entire society, which is where our business model sits. Our mantra is enriching lives. We've decided to play in 5 big sectors, important sectors in the economy. We call it the heart of Sterling, which is HEART, health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transportation. We believe that these areas of any economy would drive and make the society thrive. What in Sterling is a first name basis culture. It's an environment with lots of flexibilities, flexi time. I mean, you can see the way I'm dressed. There are no, there's less of silos and hierarchy in Sterling. We give young people opportunities to come in, be innovative, we support you. We have great leaders who have vision. What more can I say? I mean, Sterling is a place where you're given that there's no bullying, there's no harassment in Sterling. It's a great place to work. You can check our profiles. We have lots of awards validating the great things that we are doing here. And we can't wait to have you on board. For us, we look for talent. It's your market, it's not the employer's market. And if you're a talent, we're excited to have you on board every time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dikpo. Thank you very much. And Kayode, Finance Manager, Leadway Assurance Company Limited. Same question. Why should we join and why should we never leave Leadway Assurance?
It's funny that the era we are in is, the NSAS era, and then there was a lot of destruction. And, everybody, I've seen quite a number of, people saying, oh, the insurance industry can't pay the claims, they can't survive this. They are throwing numbers around 1 trillion and all those things. So what am I saying? If what you're looking for is to sort of be part of something that is obviously bigger than you, the entire economy is run off of the back of, risk management and all those things. And that's where we come in. Leadway has been doing this for, 5 decades now. So, billions of, financial assets on the balance sheet. So if you're looking for purpose, if you're looking to be part of, making Nigeria better, in terms of actually being involved, you can actually see, all these destroyed properties and things. You can actually see that we're there to sort of, ensure that our clients, our customers, the businesses that work with Leadway are sort of at least restored back to the position they were before all of the destruction. And I mean, in terms of, career path, culture, opportunity to grow. I mean, I'm a finance manager, I'm here on this forum, and you don't necessarily have to be the ED of, whatever department to sort of be the one representing the organization anywhere, so to speak. So yeah, if you're looking for, colleagues that, will challenge you, you challenge them, you get to have a say in things, at a very early stage in your career, then Leadway has to be the place for you. And for finance, we have the full package, pension, trusteeship, insurance, asset management, just, it's like, if you're doing finance, that has to be the place for you, basically.
Great, great. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. And last but not least, the best for last, maybe, Ebua, please
Thank
can
you.
you talk about Greenwich Merchant Bank and why we should join you in Greenwich Merchant Bank and
Okay,
Stephen?
thank you, David. So I would say for us at Greenwich Merchant Bank, our mantra is we punch above our weight. What does that mean? We always try to do better, much more than our ordinary resources can help us do. So I would say joining Greenwich would afford you the opportunity to expand your horizon. We have 26 years in the kitty. We've been in business for 26 years, transitioning from an investment bank. We have securities dealing arm as well, asset management, trustee business, and also the registrar business. So we are more like a group, but the bank is recently just started operations October 2nd. And because we're just starting out, there's
Don't know if it's me. Seem to have a
with
network.
us.
Okay.
We believe so much in young talent, mentoring and training you to be the best that you will have this intelligent culture. And if you can't hear me, the family kind of setup as well, where we collaborate a lot with actions. So you find that the risk man is assisting you in HR, everybody works together. Teamwork is not just live, breathe, and act out the challenge is challenging, I must confess, but then it is fire that refines you and makes you better and makes you gold. So I think that's why you should join our team.
Okay, super. Thank you very much. And thanks a lot to our panel. Thanks a lot to Adele Kepiton, ARM Holdings Company, Dikpo Adebajo, Sterling Bank, Kayode Adeshoye of Leadway Assurance, and Ebua Babajide of Greenwich Merchants Bank. Thank you very much. And of course, all the companies are also available on you can go to the sites as in the chat rooms, not the chat rooms really, the breakout rooms, and go and have a direct chat with them. I can see some questions about, do we take 2-1, people with 2-1, can you take 2-1, and all those other questions. Just go to each of the companies there and go to the breakout rooms and ask questions there. I'm sure we'll be able to give you some answers there. So thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you very much. Time, unfortunately, has gone. We've actually gone over by like 10 minutes. I can't believe that. So thank you, everybody. And we'll be joining, of course, you could join them again, as I said, in the breakout rooms. And we're moving straight away into the next session. We're going to the next session now. And so everybody, if you can still be around for the next session, because I hope my screen is on. Can you see my screen? Oh, my screen just went off blank. I hope you can still hear me, even though it's blank.
Yes, we can hear you.
My screen is blank. I'll just walk fly by wire now. Unfortunately, it just went off. So, so the next session is going to talk about LinkedIn workshops. Really, a workshop, right? Optimizing your LinkedIn profile to attract employers. We've just heard from employers. One of the first things I know they do is do a solid research. I think Ebua mentioned it. They would ask you, okay, so you said you read economics. What do you know about economics? Ask you questions on economics. If you've gone to school for 4 years, 5 years, you've learned a particular subject and you can't talk very intelligently about that subject, that says something is wrong somewhere. You probably didn't enjoy that subject, or you're not very detailed. And when it comes to investment banking, asset management, portfolio management, private equity, you're going to work a lot. You're going to stay long hours at work, and you need to really know your stuff. So one of the ways they test you is to check your LinkedIn profile. And if your LinkedIn profile is not top notch, then maybe you're not a detailed person, but you need to market yourself. And we need to do that. And to talk to us about that is Dr. Glory Edozian. She's lead coach and consultant inspired by Glory Academy. Inspired by Glory Academy founder, 9 to 5 chick. Did I get that right?
Kind of. So it's lead coach for Inspired by Glory Academy, and then founder of 9 to 5 Chick.
Okay, that's nice. So is it only ladies you are interested in helping, not guys like me?
No, ladies and men. I'm an equal opportunities coach. So both ladies
Are
and
you
men.
serious? Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes.
So great. So and it's not just for career people starting out their career, because I want to listen and write notes on how I can improve my LinkedIn profile. Will we get stuff as well? People like us that are old timers in the work environment.
Yes. So really, like I said, the full gamut really. So for people who are starting out in their careers, as well as people who are, are professionals, have been doing it 20 plus years even. There's a lot of information I have
Nice.
today.
Oh, super. So let's just jump right in. So I'll just hand over to you.
Fantastic.
And jump.
Okay, so I'm just going to maneuver a bit. I want to be able to share my screen so I can share the presentation I've prepared for everyone today. Oh, nope, that's not what I want.
Yes,
present. Yes. Okay, so I'm guessing everybody can see my screen now. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
If you can just
yes, we can.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Great. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much to the CFA Society for inviting me to this workshop. I'm super excited to be here. I have to say, I'm not a finance specialist, don't know anything about finance. However, I do know CFA very well. I remember all my friends who are now CFAs. I don't know how you people say it, or who have the CFA qualification. I remember when they were studying for their exams and they'll have sleepless nights and everything. So when they invited me, I was like, these very serious people. I hope I will be able to translate for them, because I know you guys are very serious here. Anyway, thank you for inviting me. So I'm excited to be here. I'll just introduce myself really briefly. My name is Dr. Glory Edozian, and what I am is a LinkedIn visibility coach. I help mid to senior level career women and executives in Africa build visibility, professional credibility, and establish thought leadership on and off LinkedIn. So I hear a lot of people say, Glory, but what really is a LinkedIn visibility coach, right? So we know career coaches, we know life coaches, we know relationship coaches, but what is a LinkedIn visibility coach? And I always share this particular story. So I have a friend, let's call her Bumi. So this is an actual true story, it's not fiction. And Bumi, she was in senior management in the fintech sector, doing a lot of work. I've been working there for 15 years, had even launched some fintech products, gotten funding, all of that, top-notch girl. And a list of top female influencers in her sector came out recently. She wasn't included on the list. Okay, let's just take that as an aside. It happens every day. But then she was now trying to apply for a high-level international opportunity. And they asked her certain questions as she was filling out the form, the application process. And the first thing they asked her was, does she have high-level endorsements from established professionals and thought leaders in her field? Her answer was no. Why? She's been working, only her boss knows her. She's been working in her office 9 to 5 or 9 to 10 p.m. Nobody knows about the great work she does outside the four walls and the four corners of her office. They now asked her, do you have any evidence of thought leadership? So have you published any articles? Have you been featured in the news? Have you done anything, outside of your work that showcases that your thoughts as a leader, is esteemed in some way or the other? Again, her answer was no. And then she said to me, Glory, this was the most painful one. They asked me this question. They said, do you attend events as speaker? And again, the answer was no. And she was like, Glory, that's such a simple question. Do you attend events as speaker? Yet my answer was no. So she has the experience. She knows what she's doing, but there is no one to vouch for her. Okay, so I want to contrast Bumi with a few other women. So this is Adeze. Adeze is a senior health policy advisor and one of my clients. And Adeze's visibility has been off the chain. Her articles have even been featured in Harvard University School of Public Health. And she's also been featured in DevEx, which is one of the foremost publishers for the development industry. This is also Ijoma, and we're talking about uncertain times right here, right? So Ijoma is an oil and gas professional, and sadly, when COVID-19 hit, she was one of the first people that sort of lost their jobs in March. But you'd expect her to be, down in the dumps and all of that. Rather, she says she's been approached to feature her articles in leading Nigerian print magazines, and she's been approached for collaborations and job opportunities that she never even knew existed. And she also says, with LinkedIn, you are closer than you think to opportunities you thought that were out of your reach. This is another person, and maybe you can relate a bit more to Oyinda. Oyinda is a private wealth management expert. And Oyinda has said, ever since she started using LinkedIn more strategically, that she has had people reach out to have a speaking engagement, requesting expert opinion on subject matters. And she's gradually becoming a thought leader in her industry. Here are a few other examples of other people that I've worked with, right? So we have one of my friends, I helped her to just rejig a few things on her LinkedIn profile, and she was immediately contacted to be part of a HR roundtable with heavy hitters in our industry from HSBC, Shell, Unilever. Another person that I worked with as well was approached to apply for a Silicon Valley accelerator program. Okay, so this is what LinkedIn can do for you. What I've just shown you here is the difference between when you are just playing in your own little corner in your office and when you are showcasing your work using a platform like LinkedIn. It positions you as an expert in your field. And when you're an expert in your field, the conversation changes. You go from a position of constantly seeking to also being sought after. You get speaking opportunities and features. But most importantly, especially for job seekers, whether you are 15 years in or you're just entering the industry, it also makes you top of mind to decision makers and influencers when you are using LinkedIn strategically. And I'm going to be showing you how to do that. But fundamentally, in this new virtual world, it connects you to decision makers, where normally in a conference, you will find it difficult to go and meet that, executive or that COO or whatever the case is, or this person that you really admire. On LinkedIn, it takes that edge away and you can connect easily. And most importantly, it also gives you influence, right? It gives you influence. So what are we going to learn today? This is the power of LinkedIn, right? It can do all of this and more for your career. And that's what I'm going to be showing you today, why LinkedIn is so important. I'm going to also share with you mistakes you've been making that probably preventing your LinkedIn profile from being visible, how to network on LinkedIn, and how to demonstrate competency on LinkedIn. So, power of LinkedIn. LinkedIn has over 600 million users. In fact, the number is closer to 700. And a high proportion of those users are senior level influencers, from senior level, C-level executives to opinion leaders, decision makers, and the like. And 90% of recruiters claim to use LinkedIn for their recruiting needs. So really, what this means is that LinkedIn, there is no conference. There is no conference. There is no WhatsApp group. There is nothing that can give you the leverage for your career than LinkedIn can, right? So, but how do you leverage LinkedIn? So that's the question. So hopefully by now your ears are glued and you're like, okay, Glory, I'm sold. I understand this is important and all of that, right? But then how do you leverage LinkedIn? How do you take your brand from point A to point B? Right? So to point A where you're not really leveraging it properly, to point B where you're now building recognition for your career. Before I get there, I want to show you what visibility means, right? Because a lot of times visibility can be construed as quite a few things. For me, visibility is not about fame, right? It's not just about being everywhere, because I know professionals say this all the time. Oh, I don't want to be everywhere. I want my private life to be private. It's the art, visibility, the way I teach it anyway, is the art of letting people know what you are capable of and your impact as a professional, right? So LinkedIn visibility then is about building professional credibility by demonstrating the value you add as a professional, as well as a speaker or whatever you're trying to demonstrate in terms of your professional brand. So how do you leverage that? How do you create a LinkedIn profile you're proud of? So before I launch into showing you how you leverage that, I want to ask you guys a question, and I'd like for you to respond in the chat. So can you tell me if you're proud of your LinkedIn profile? Also tell me if your LinkedIn profile is opening doors for you, or it's just a digital CV holder. You just copied and pasted everything that is in your CV and your LinkedIn profile. And also the last time you updated your profile. So if you can just answer that for me in the chat, let me see what people are saying. Okay. So we're getting quite a few responses. Let's see. No, I'm not proud of it. Okay, somebody says yes, they are proud of it. No, 8 months ago. No, I'm not proud of it. Okay, yes, I'm proud of it. Amazing. Okay, still a CV holder. I'm proud of it, proud of it. I'm not so proud. Okay, for those people that are proud of it, we're going to look at today whether you really should be proud of it, right? Partly proud. I live on LinkedIn. Okay, so quite a varied responses there. Amazing, amazing. So which house would you like to spend a weekend in? House A or house B? I know this is really rhetorical, right? But which house would you like to spend a weekend in? So let me see in the chat. Who wants to spend a weekend in house B? House A, of course, right? It's a no-brainer. Of course, it's house A, right? So I want you to know it took you 5 seconds or less to make that decision. That's the same way a potential employer is looking at your LinkedIn profile. It takes 5 to 10 seconds, even less, to impress a decision maker on LinkedIn. So what do you need to do to your LinkedIn profile to make it dazzle? What are the key things to make them say, okay, this is a profile I want to dig in deep into? It's by eliminating these mistakes. One, having an incomplete profile, and I'm going to go through these mistakes in detail. Having an incomplete profile, not future-proofing your profile, which is something a lot of people do, using buzzwords instead of keywords, and we'll get to that in a bit. Not showcasing the depth of your experience. A few people just put, things like their job title, and really that's not enough, or your visibility settings are off. So for example, I was coaching one lady today, and she has her initials instead of her full name on LinkedIn. I'm just like, sister, nobody can find you. Like if somebody's looking for you now, they can't find you because really you're using your initials instead of your full name. Okay, so let's deal with the first thing, an incomplete profile. So how do you know if your profile is complete? First of all, you need to have a complete profile because people with complete profiles are 40 times more likely to receive opportunities through LinkedIn. And this is really about the LinkedIn search algorithm and how it works. So if you don't have a complete LinkedIn profile, so you just filled in a few bits and the main aspects of the LinkedIn profile are not complete, it's limiting your ability to appear in searches when they are looking for people who have skills like you on LinkedIn, right? So how do you know if you have a complete profile? So if you have a complete profile, when you go on your LinkedIn profile, you go to your dashboard, you see something like this, all-star. So that means you have a complete LinkedIn profile. If you don't have a complete LinkedIn profile, you see something like this, profile strength, right? And it will tell you, when you click next, it will show you what areas in your profile you need to complete in order to get an all-star status. However, it's not just about having a complete LinkedIn profile, because LinkedIn is what? LinkedIn is garbage in, garbage out. So you can have a complete LinkedIn profile, but if you've not written anything that's going to get you found, it makes no difference. But however, the first thing is make sure you have a complete LinkedIn profile. Now, the second thing is not future-proofing your profile. A lot of people create LinkedIn profiles for the job they have. So you put everything about the job you currently have, but you're not thinking strategically. You're not thinking about, what do I want this LinkedIn profile to do for me, right? What kind of jobs, what kind of doors does it need to open for me? So I'll give you an example. My LinkedIn headline used to read before, founder inspired by Glory Academy. Now that's the truth. I am the founder of the Inspired by Glory Academy. However, when I changed it to LinkedIn Visibility Career Coach, my 2020 goal is to help 500 African women build thought leadership on LinkedIn. The story completely changed. I was getting way more attention, I was coming up in more searches. People were sending me more messages. People were interacting with me more. I was getting more networking connection requests. Why? Because I had changed my headline from a house B to a house A, right? And why is this different? I had to sit down and think, the person who is looking for my services, the person who is going to hire me, the person who is going to give me a job opportunity, what problem do they need solving? What problem do they need to be solved, right? And so now my LinkedIn profile demonstrates, or rather my LinkedIn headline on my profile demonstrates that, okay, I'm someone that can help you build thought leadership on LinkedIn. I'm a LinkedIn visibility career coach. So this is one way that you go further than just your job title to showcase the ideal problems you solve. So how do you do this for yourself? Sit down and think, what are the core business outcomes I bring to an organization, right? So look over your career. What are the core business outcomes I bring to an organization? Think about the people who are in jobs you already have. What you want, right? So the people that are in jobs that you want, right? And now think, what skills do I have, right, that match these people's skills? And how do I showcase these transferable skills, right? So you have to be very strategic. You have to think, who am I trying to attract on LinkedIn? What are their needs? For people that already fill these positions that I want in the future, what sort of power words are they using? What sort of skills are they demonstrating on their LinkedIn profile? And how can I, based on my skills, obviously, please don't lie, based on the skills I have, how can I showcase this a bit better on LinkedIn? So that's one way. Now, the mistake a lot of us use, like I mentioned, is that we think our title is enough. So our title is enough. So your LinkedIn headline, I think, typically has about 120 characters limits, right? 120 character limits. Now, it's like buying a house in Banana Island. If you buy a house in Banana, or if you buy land in Banana Island, you won't just go and build a bungalow, you build a skyscraper. So your LinkedIn headline, which is the bit underneath your name, it really has to dazzle. It has to cause people to stop in their tracks and be like, okay, I want to dig deeper into this profile and see what this person is about. So that's one way. So who would you call for? Let's say you had a talk, you were booking somebody for a talk on sales or marketing or something. Who would you call? The person who on their title wrote VP Product Development and Marketing at Bolt, or VP Product Development, Bolt, Growth Specialist. I help African startups get their first 100,000 customers. So let me see in the chat, who would you call for a talk? A or B? Let's see, the chat is buzzing. B, 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 B. Fantastic. Yes, of course you call B. Why? Because this person has sat down. They thought, beyond my title, what am I delivering? What am I really delivering for organizations? And what they are saying is that, look, they are delivering customers, right? And the person that is going to hire a product development specialist is thinking, who is going to help me get customers? It's not just a comment and telling me about tech, but who will help me bring real business results, right? So things to avoid on LinkedIn, buzzwords. I'm a passionate, skilled, enthusiastic CFA professional, financial professional with passion in a consummate professional. Nobody, I'm telling you, if any recruiter has a brief, they do not put in any of these words in LinkedIn. So when you populate your LinkedIn profile with these kind of words, you're not doing yourself any favors. And these words, even LinkedIn themselves, LinkedIn comes out almost every year with a list of buzzwords. So these are the most frequently used words on LinkedIn. And a lot of times these words are there on LinkedIn. So what does that mean? If every time a recruiter, they are seeing all these words, when they see these same words again on your profile, you don't stand out. So instead of using these buzzwords, focus on skills. On LinkedIn, skills are everything. Skills are the dollars on LinkedIn, right? Skills, what are your skills? Go beyond your functional skills and think, what do I want to be known for? What are my core deliverables? Where do I score high in my KPI, right? What are my core deliverables that I've been scoring high in? Put those there. So for example, this is just an example. Let's say you're great at presentation skills. Anybody can be great at presentation skills, right? But what result does that bring for the company? Does that mean that you're great at business development? Does that mean you're great at stakeholder management? What does that mean? Okay, another mistake is that your visibility settings are off. I see this all the time, especially with women. You know, you can't see their profile picture. They're like, Glory, you know, I want to be private. I don't want my whole life to be on LinkedIn. I'm just like, sister or brother, it's a LinkedIn profile picture, right? It's a LinkedIn profile picture. It's not the names of your kids. So please let us be realistic, right? It's a LinkedIn profile picture, and especially now in this virtual world that we are living in, it's super important because your picture says a lot about you. So it's like when you turn up for an interview, a lot of people, once you walk into that door, people just look at you and they're like, okay, they have an idea of who you are, even though sometimes it doesn't even correlate. But that's how we are very visual, right? So your LinkedIn picture, please let it be visible and let it be a great picture. In fact, people with LinkedIn profile photos get 36 times more messages, and they get found by recruiters and executives more. So having a great profile picture and making sure your visibility settings are on helps you get discoverable on LinkedIn. So how do you solve these mistakes? Obviously, complete your LinkedIn profile and change your visibility settings. Get clarity around your brand. That should say professional brand. Undertake an audit and research your peers. So what are your peers? You know, what are their LinkedIn profiles like? The people that you admire, you know, that are active on LinkedIn, because I know that not a lot of people are active on LinkedIn. So the people that you admire that are active on LinkedIn, the people's roles that you would like to do someday that are active on LinkedIn, how are they positioning themselves on LinkedIn? What sort of articles are they writing? What sort of content are they producing? You know, who are they networking with? Who is commenting on their articles? But focus on the problems you solve, right? focus on the problems you solve, both in completing your LinkedIn profile and in the kind of content you create. And then make sure you get recommendations. So have you worked with people before? Ask people to recommend you, ask people to endorse you for your skills. So I'm beginning to wrap up now. And I just want to say the biggest mistake of all that people make with their LinkedIn profiles is they create a LinkedIn profile as a resume and not as a resource. So as you are here in this CFA meeting, as you are CFA conference, as you are doing your work, whatever you're doing, taking care of the kids, whatever it is, your LinkedIn profile should be opening doors for you while you are sleeping. You need to create a LinkedIn profile that is a resource, not just a resume. Because your CV is already digital. You can email it to anybody. So how do you take advantage of LinkedIn beyond just putting in your job title and things, right? So that's some of the things I've shared with you today. So other things that you need to do as well is build a network. Who needs to know about you? Who do you need to connect with? Who are the heavy hitters in your industry? Connect with them on LinkedIn, right? Create content, right? And I'll give you examples of that. So who should you network with on LinkedIn? And I'm rushing now because I know I'm running out of time. So who should you be connecting with on LinkedIn? My number one tip, if you forget anything I've said today, right? Networking, when it comes to networking, the number one thing I want you to remember is let your LinkedIn network reflect your ambitions, your professional ambitions, right? Let your LinkedIn network reflect your professional ambitions. So the people that you're connecting with on LinkedIn, are they the people who can help you with your career and who you can help with your career as well? So for example, I'm on LinkedIn to find clients, consulting, speaking, and training opportunities, right? And so I sat down to think, who are the people that can help me achieve these goals? HR leaders, senior level executives, decision makers, corporate leaders, local and international experts in my field, conference conveners, international journalists. So those are the people I'm always looking for on LinkedIn. Those are the people I'm connecting with on LinkedIn. Those are the people I'm having chats with on LinkedIn. I'm intentional about finding these people. Now, what happens is when you are the way LinkedIn algorithm works, when you start sending connection requests to these people, right? And when I'm saying send connection requests, a lot of people just click the connect button and leave it. No, you need to personalize each connection request. Let them know why you want to connect with them. So please, and also I get all these things, sometimes people send a connection request and say, oh, I want to learn from you. Please do something a bit more. Read the person's profile. Find out what is interesting about this person, what work has this person done, and send them a message. Oh, I read your paper on this, or I heard that you were on this project and I found it really interesting. It would be great to connect, right? So don't make it seem as if, when you now say, oh, I want to learn from you, the person now thinks, oh, you're going to keep asking them questions, right? So the way LinkedIn works is that when you start sending connection requests, so let's say you're trying to connect with other CFA experts, for example, right? And they start accepting your request. LinkedIn would automatically think that Glory wants to be networking with these people and these people want to be networking with her. So it will start to recommend your profile to people that are similar as well. So these are simple ways that you can cheat the system, right? So what happened was I started seeking out HR specialists. And then after a while, they started to find me. So these are examples of connection requests that I've received from people who are in my target audience. So I want you to do me a favor and take a look at your LinkedIn network tonight. Does it reflect your aspirations? Can it help you achieve your goals? And how aware are the people in your network of you? Because it's not just about connecting with people and then they don't hear from you later. You have to be creating content. You have to be engaging with these people. Because imagine you have over 500 connections on LinkedIn. Even if you send people, you sent everybody a message, a DM, one person a day, you still wouldn't be able to connect with everybody in a full year. So content is a way of networking. I see content as a way of networking. And this is how professionals start to build credibility and remain top of mind on LinkedIn. I can't tell you the amount of times I've shared a video, I've shared content, and I'll have a connection that I haven't spoken to in years, send me a WhatsApp message about an opportunity, or send me a DM about, oh, Glory, long time, I love the work you're doing. I saw this opportunity, I thought you'd be interested. So many of these opportunities, even in times of uncertainties, there are still opportunities out there. But if you are not top of, in fact, I know people who have even gotten jobs from leaving comments on articles. leaving comments on articles. They've left smart, articulate comments on articles. And the author was a decision maker. I was like, look, I'm interviewing for this role. Would you like to join the interview process? So what type of content should you create? So here are a few examples. Content that represents your professional brands. So what are the things you want to be known for? So for example, I want to be known for visibility, networking, creating thought leaders. So I'm constantly creating content around that. Content that demonstrates your competency and expertise. So I remember once there was this guy I was coaching and I went on his LinkedIn profile and I was looking at his content and he was talking about entrepreneurship, that entrepreneurs should be, they should be determined and everything, just motivational stuff. And I was just like, okay, but what do you want to be known for? And he was like, actually, he's in Canada at the moment. He just finished his master's and he's about to do his PhD, and he's getting a full scholarship for his PhD. So he's thinking about writing a book. So I'm like, why don't you share tips with people about how to get scholarships abroad, since that's something that you are known for or something that you can do really well. So think about what are the things that people pay me compliments for? What are the things that I do easily in terms of your profession, and share topical articles around this. And also content that is relevant and topical. So has a new financial policy come out that has affected your industry? What are the topical issues in your industry? Write about these things. But fundamentally ask yourself, it's not just about publishing any content. Will this content add value to my audience? Will it be helpful? What will the key takeaways be? Now, mistakes that you are making in terms of content. You're not publishing content at all. You're not even in the game. You're not even in the game. So please remedy that. Sticking to motivational or inspirational content. I'm seeing so much of that on LinkedIn. It's great to be motivational, but it really doesn't help you to build your brand as a professional. So really focus on core content. So think about the people that you're trying to attract, the people who can give you the job opportunities that you're looking for, and create content that helps them, right? So here are a few content ideas for LinkedIn. So your interest in your career, what are the specific specialties that you're interested in? What are the things that are happening in your industry that you're interested in? Share these things. What have been some of your career lessons? What mistakes have you made in your career? What some interesting projects have you worked on and things that you've learned? Feature people on your profile. Who are some of the people that are doing great work? What are some of the great projects? Feature these things. What are the topical issues, quotes? These are some of the some content ideas. So just another thing that I want you to do when you create content, a lot of people just stick to, oh, I got 5 likes, or only 1,000 people viewed my articles or something like that. What is more important is the insights behind your articles. So for example, if you're trying to get connected to more executive directors, check the insights of your articles. Are you being seen? Are your articles being read by people that you want to attract? And LinkedIn gives you the opportunities to do that. So this is an example of mine. So you can see at the beginning, I said I'm trying to connect with HR specialists and executive directors. So you can see the people that are viewing my articles, 728 executive directors, over 500 human resource specialists. So let's summarize what we've learned today. We've come to the end and I'm looking forward to answering your questions. So LinkedIn is the largest professional network. And if you are not using it, you're doing yourself a disservice. And the best way to use it is to make LinkedIn a resource, not a resume. And how you do that is making sure you're future-proofing your LinkedIn profile. So it's not about the job you have, but for the opportunities you want. You have a networking strategy that is helping you to attract the people that can help you achieve your career goals. And you are creating relevant content that demonstrates your expertise. Okay, so if you'd like to work with me, I have one-on-one visibility coaching. I also have group coaching opportunities as well. However, here are some links. I'm going to share some of these links right now in the chat. I'd like for you to please rate your experience on this webinar. So, did you find it interesting? Did I deliver? I'd also like for you, if you'd like to book a discovery call with me. So I have an offer for you to apply for a 20-minute free call with me just to discuss your LinkedIn profile, to discuss your LinkedIn brand. Happy to do that. I'm also, if you send me an email at glory@inspiredbyglory.com, I'll send you a free gift, which is my LinkedIn audit questionnaire, so that you can use that too. It's a set of questions and like a scoring system, so you can rate your LinkedIn profile. Okay. So did you have fun? I hope this was helpful. I'm ready to take any questions.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you, Glory. That was really, really good. Really, really good. I mean, there's stuff that you know you're supposed to do, but you don't do. So I know we don't have much time. So I'll probably ask you one question. Anyone that has questions also, please type in the chat. Unfortunately, we won't have too much time unless Glory decides to stay with us for longer, and then maybe we can ask more questions later. But I know you're so busy. I mean, there's so many LinkedIn profiles that need fixing.
For sure, for sure.
Okay, so you've put how we can reach you. That'll be nice. Maybe we'll put that up later as well. So it's a habit thing. How did you get into this yourself? How did this happen?
How did I? So I've been on LinkedIn for a few years, actually. So I've been on LinkedIn for a few years. In fact, more than a few years. So over 7-8 years. And it was just, honestly, it was a digital CV holder. So it was just my CV that was on there and all of that. And then I had been on Instagram when I transitioned. I transitioned from full-time employment to being an entrepreneur. I said, oh, okay, beyond Instagram, what other ways can I use? What other social media platforms can I use? And I started using LinkedIn. And I was just shocked by the response. You know, the algorithms are more favorable. You get seen and heard by more people. You have access to so much more people. It's easier to build relationships, especially if you're an introvert and you are tired of going for conference after conference after conference. You know, you can connect to people. Even like international authors, like best-selling authors, connect with you on LinkedIn. And I was getting so many opportunities. And I was like, why don't people know about these opportunities? Like I've gotten job offers on LinkedIn. I've gotten so many speaking opportunities, paid opportunities, consulting opportunities. And I was just like, I need to tell the world. I need to tell the world about these opportunities and how to attract them.
Nice. And in a virtual environment, these opportunities are not just restricted to Nigeria. You get opportunities from everywhere in the world, really, because they just need you virtually, connect virtually, just like we're having now. Glory could have been in New York doing this.
Exactly. I wish I was, but yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That's great. So just one question from the audience. Someone asking, my question, is it advisable for a young, this is from Ade Toimbo Goke, is it advisable for a young professional starting out to use LinkedIn Premium?
So here's my advice about LinkedIn Premium, right? Try the 30-day free trial, right? So before you even go on the free trial, create a LinkedIn profile that you're proud of. So check all those mistakes I mentioned. Make sure that you're using LinkedIn effectively. Your profile is complete. It includes your key skills. You're connecting with the right people. And then now try the free version. When you now try the free version, see, does it change anything for you? So are you, so one of the things that the free version will do for you, for example, is it will help you see people that are viewing your profile. So for example, if you now see someone, a recruiter or somebody that you would really like to connect with, view your profile, you can send them a message to say, oh, I see that you've viewed my profile. It would be great to connect. So see what does the free version do for you? If the free version helps you, then you can now pay for subsequent months. But if it doesn't, I had a free version for the longest time and I was still able to get great results. I'm now on the premium version and I see the benefits as well. But what I suggest to people is try the free version first.
Good. And I'll add to that, I will say that the free version also gives you access to more than 5,000 courses. So, you have huge deal of courses there. It used to be lynda.com. Now it's LinkedIn Learning, and there are excellent courses that can really, really help you improve your skill sets. And as you do those courses, you're getting certifications on LinkedIn and you're adding to your profile. So it also gives you that. And it gives you 15 direct messages. You can send direct messages to anybody in the world, including Donald Trump, probably is on LinkedIn, but who wants to send him a message? But anyway, so that's fine. So you could also use those. So understand what you get. And just like Glory said, if you're not getting a benefit from it, why spend your money? Right? So excellent. So thank you very much, Marie. Thank you very much. And if you can,
I'm happy to stay for another 5. If there are any additional questions, I can stay for 5 more minutes to answer any additional questions.
Okay, good.
If there's time, I don't mind staying for a few more minutes.
And Glory will answer them directly on the chat. Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And we just answer directly on the chat. Thank you very much, Glory. And thanks for the insights. Super insights.
Okay.
And all for free.
Fantastic.
Wonderful.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for
Yes.
having me.
You're welcome. So we're just jumping straight into our next session, everyone. And our next session is going to be talking about career service initiative, the unveiling opportunities to better manage your career. And to talk to us about this is Yemi Ajagun, CFA, Managing Partner, Accent Capital Expedition Limited. And I hope I got that right. So Yemi, I don't know if you're here with us.
Hello, can you hear me? I'm right here with you. And you got that right.
Please, can you tell me how to pronounce your firm properly? I need to learn.
Accent Capital, you got it right. You got it right, David.
I got it. Because I watch Axe Capital, you know, this Netflix, Axe Capital. So I was like, okay, have you watched the program? I'm like, yeah, so, but this, nice to see you. Nice to see you after a while. And so what do you have for us?
Yeah, I'll be talking about Career Services Initiative, okay? All these great panelists over the last 2 days have been giving us great insights, and this is where the rubber meets the road, okay? This is where we can actually try to action a lot of those insights that we have gotten. And this last session really resonated with me, because I'm one of those dinosaurs that are not really active on LinkedIn. So when she linked LinkedIn, when she did an analogy and linked it to real estate, now I understand real estate. So that drove home the point to me that, okay, I need to treat LinkedIn the way I treat real estate. So this session is all about letting the rubber hit the road, where we execute on all those insights that we have gotten from the various panelists. So like you said, my name is Adeyemi Ajagun. I chair the membership committee for CFA Society Nigeria. And Gloria, can I? Okay.
Hello?
I'll try to share my
your slides
screen.
are showing. I can see your slides showing already.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Well, you can control it, right?
Okay, Yemi, do I make you control the slides, or do you want to share?
Yeah, please, I'd like to control the slides.
Okay, you can control the slides now.
Okay. Can I take it to slideshow? Okay, it's okay. So Career Services Initiative, how did the idea come about? It's not exactly new in CFA Society Nigeria, but during the height of the COVID lockdown, the president of the society and the board of governors convened a members meeting to update members on happenings in the society and check up on members and how they are faring with the disruption caused by COVID-19. And the feedback that was given on that occasion, virtual of course, was how the society can further support career aspirations of members. Okay, so the task fell to membership committee of the society. And what do we do in membership committee? We are the ones that develop future professionals and make sure that all activities of the society deliver some kind of member value to our members. Okay, and we also collaborated with the Employer Relations Committee, that are the primary host of these events that we are on right now. Their remit is to support career aspirations and professional practice development of members. So to start off with, I've heard a lot of things said about big data and how data is going to be key in going forward. We did something along those lines. What we started off with was a big survey. Okay, we surveyed our members as to how to best deliver career services initiative to them. Okay, so the insights we got from the results we got from the survey was very, very insightful. So I'll share some of the excerpts of the survey. We asked them questions around the current roles that they are performing, and we saw that quite a number of them are in a lot of back office roles. The roles that got back with the highest number of people is around accounting, auditing, chief financial officer roles. Then we have some of them in investment management, asset management. We have people in banking and all other sorts of roles. Okay, so what that implies is some of our members in those roles will want to continue along those paths, while quite a number of them too would like to pivot into other areas. And I've seen a lot of questions by participants on how they can pivot. So we asked our members what are the roles that they desire to pivot into. And interestingly, the list of panelists you had on earlier today, I saw that quite a number of them work in industries that many of our members are wishing to pivot to. Okay, private equity, about 41% of the respondents wish to pivot into private equity. Investment banking, about 21% of them. Asset and wealth management. So in total, about 80% of them want to pivot into some form of front office roles along those investment and finance areas. Okay, going further, we now also ask what are their expectations from that they expect to derive from career services that the society wishes to deploy. Okay, the results we got is that mentoring, upskilling, career coaching, internship, and some other ways by which career services can be delivered. For mentoring, about 29% of the respondents, upskilling, 27% of them, career coaching, 26% of them, and internship. For internship, we asked the follow-on question, which is which revolves around the concept of volunteering that I think Kikelomo mentioned yesterday, or was it Ibukun, two of the panelists. Okay, so we asked whether they would they can do without any form of payment while doing internship with any organization. And this question was asked so that expectations can be managed on the side of the interns and on the side of the employers. And only like 14% of the respondents answered that they would be able to proceed into an internship engagement without any form of payment, while over 80% of them would want some form of compensation. Okay, so what exactly is
yeah, sorry. Background.
Hello?
Yes, I was just wondering if the slides, because it just moved now, the slides weren't moving.
Okay.
So I think we're in career service now.
Exactly, that's where I am right now. What the career services initiative is all about. Okay, it's about supporting our members in their career aspiration. It's about helping them pivot into other career roles that they may wish to pivot into. Taking information from the survey we conducted, and also listening in on lots of what the panelists have said earlier on these past 2 days. We've designed the Career Services Initiative to cater to career coaching and planning for our members, development of requisite skills along valuation, finance modeling skills, and soft skills. I heard one of the panelists today mention writing skills, relationship skills. Those kind of skills will come in handy when you're climbing higher and higher in your career, because at that level, your technical skills will kind of be subsumed by the soft skills. Okay, so the Career Service Initiative is also going to be catering to all those kind of things. Provision of networking opportunities. Quite a number of the panelists have mentioned that, including the last speaker, Edozian, who talked about networking. So the initiative is going to provide a platform for networking opportunities as well as volunteering opportunities too. Okay, career advice and insights from experienced members, and some of those are experienced members. C-suite people will also be giving them some form of leadership programs too. And as the survey results show, there's going to be some form of mentorship program as well as internship program wrapped into the Career Services Initiative that we are going to be deploying. Okay, so the structure and form of the Career Services platform is that we want it to be, it's going to be responsive, it's going to be quite nimble, respond fast to requests from members. It's going to be flexible and adaptive, because the feedback mechanism that is going to be built into it will help the platform to evolve through learning opportunities. Then there's going to be clearinghouse function and matching function to be performed by society office in conjunction with relevant committees of the society, like gender diversity committee, like membership committee, like employer relations committee. And they will be the ones to be doing the back end operations of matching requests with resource people. Okay, then the program is going to be rule based. We cannot be everything to everybody. The initiative is strictly for career-oriented issues. Okay, it's going to be first come, first serve basis. There are going to be rules around confidentiality, around how you conduct yourself while you are engaged with the platform. Okay, and it's going to be time bound. So that's going to be the form and structure of the career services intervention. So what's going to be the criteria for you to be able to participate in the program? First of all, you must be a member of CFA Society Nigeria. That's non-negotiable. It's designed for members. Okay, so participants' goals, career goals must align with those of the program. Okay, and the goal of the program is to advance the career and enhance the value of members. Okay, and you must also, as a participant, be ready to endorse the Career Services Initiative Participants Agreement and abide by all the rules that are going to be governing the initiative. And on the flip side, for our resource persons too, for our resource persons, they may be members of the society and they may also not be members of the society, because we are casting our nets wide beyond the society to get quality individuals that can impact on positively on members regarding their careers. Okay, and in that wise, they must be mid-level to senior level and C-suite personnel, so that we are sure that they have the requisite experience to be able to help upcoming and younger members with elevate their career. And as well, they must also be willing to endorse the Service Initiative Participants Agreement. And they also have to, like all of our other volunteers, sacrifice some time to supporting the career request of our participants. So how can you access career services in CFA Society Nigeria. It's going to be very simple. In fact, we have actually created, there are various channels for you to access the program, either by email, by mail, or by visiting our website. We have created a dedicated email for us to receive requests. It's careersupport@nigeriacfasociety.org. And you can also reach out to the hotline number or visit our website, www.cfasocietyng.org. Okay. Also, you can reach out to us on any of our social media platforms, and we shall ensure that we revert to you regarding your career request. It's strictly for career requests. We won't deal with things of the heart or something like that. Okay, so we're some form of housekeeping still going on. Okay, we all know that 2020 has been a very, very interesting year, to put it mildly, because of the COVID pandemic. Okay, so and in view of the time of the year we are at right now, this is November, lots of resource persons and organizations will be deeply involved in year-end activities right now. So the program will be fully launched by first quarter of next year, although various aspects of career services initiative are already ongoing at the society. For instance, our Gender Diversity Committee, which is the committee that deals with the affirmative action activities of the society. They deal with our female members. Okay, they already have a mentoring program in place for our female members. Okay, employer relations, from time to time, get vacancy opportunities from employers that they send across to our members. Okay, and this career fair, annual career fair, is also one of them. Advocacy committee of recent finished the ethics industry ethics challenge. So various aspects of this career services thing is already ongoing. What the initiative wants to do is to make it more robust and put solid framework around all the disparate activities of all our committees to be able to better service the needs of our members. Okay, so for you to effectively participate in the initiative, I already mentioned earlier that you need to be a member of CFA Society. Okay, and I'm going to tell you later on how you can become a member, different paths by which you can become a member of CFA Society. Okay, if you're already a member of CFA Society, you also need to update your profile. Something about updating your profile came up earlier with Dr. Edozien. Okay, from the survey I said we conducted earlier, we noticed that some of our members, their profile on our database is not updated. So it makes the job of matching opportunities with people that need those opportunities a lot difficult. And as such, because even their email addresses, some of them, the email address they used as candidates are the email addresses that they are still using as members, okay? And those email addresses, they don't check them often. So when employer relations or any other committee or the society itself sends across opportunities to members, they tend to miss those opportunities. So you need to update your profile around what you are doing, your experiences, what your preferences. You need to update your email address so that the matching function that is going to happen at the back end will be seamless and will be more efficiently done. Okay, then you need to reach out to the society and sign on to the program. So like I said earlier, this is where I mentioned how you can join CFA Society Nigeria as of today. There are 4 pathways by which you can join the society. It's not just the regular path that most people are familiar with. And what is the regular pathway? The regular pathway is the pathway where you have passed all the three levels of CFA exam and you have the requisite experience, number of months of experience for you to earn the CFA charter. So once you earn the CFA charter, then and signify that you want to join CFA Society in Nigeria, then it's automatic, you become a member of CFA Society in Nigeria. Another pathway to becoming a member is the affiliate pathway. Okay, so maybe you are someone that is already in the industry, finance and investment, and you have the requisite experience, but you do not have the appetite for the exams. Okay, you can also be a part of CFA Society in Nigeria through the affiliate pathway. All you have to do, apply through the CFA Institute and signify that you want to join CFA Society in Nigeria, and voila, you'll become a member of the society after some other processes have been undertaken. Okay, the third pathway is the charter pending pathway. This pathway is for intending members who have passed all the three levels of CFA exam, okay, but they are yet to have the number of years of requisite experience. So while waiting to get that experience, you can become a member of CFA Society in Nigeria. And that can even accelerate your opportunities, expand the opportunities of getting those the requisite experience to becoming a regular member. Okay, and the easiest path to becoming a member of CFA Society, which I'll advise all our candidates to explore, is the candidate pathway. As a candidate in the CFA program from level 1 through to level 3, you're eligible to become a member of CFA Society Nigeria. Okay, you apply straight to CFA Society Nigeria, and upon assessment of your application, all the benefits as member, you also as a candidate member will be able to enjoy those benefits of membership. And for the credentialing programs of CFA institutes, there are three
Sorry for the technical faults. You can just give Mr. Yemi, Mr. Yemi is just reconnecting. So just give us a few seconds. So while he's reconnecting, we also have the breakout rooms are still open, everybody. You can always join the various companies there and have a chat to see if that is where you're going to start your career in. So you could have a chat in the breakout rooms, they're still open. We also have a nice trivia. Somebody's going to win some cash prizes after the trivia. So after this session, we have the trivia that's going to go on. So stick on for that, but let's wait and see if we can get Yemi connected back. So wait for the trivia, see who's going to win the cash prize, and then also jump into the breakout rooms to go and talk to the companies and our sponsors.
Hello, David. I lost connection for some few minutes there.
Yeah, so if you could go one slide back and just start from there.
Okay.
Because even it was kind of patchy. Yes.
Can you hear me now?
And I think we're not controlling your slides. So yeah, we are. Right. So Gloria, if you can go one slide back.
Gloria, can you go a slide back, please? I seem to have lost control of the slide. Okay, I was talking. Yes. Is this the place where?
Yeah. Yes, you can just brush through this quickly and then we move to the next. We only have about.
Okay, so I already mentioned the 4 pathways by which you can become members of CFA Society Nigeria: regular, affiliate, charter pending, and candidates. Okay, as a candidate, maybe from levels 1 to 3, you are eligible to join up, and I'll encourage you to join up. Join the society to unlock all the benefits of membership that regular members or members or charter members will also enjoy. Okay, so moving to the next slide, now talking about the credentialing program of CFA Institute. There are 3 of them. That's Chartered Financial Analyst program, which spans 3 levels, and it's considered gold standard of finance practitioners, about 72 members, charter holders worldwide, and over 300 societies. Nigeria, Service Society in Nigeria is one of those societies. Another program
So it seems Yemi still has issues, but really, I think we'll already finished the presentation. Frank, if you're here, if you could just continue. So sorry that Yemi is disconnected. So we'll have to just jump in, and if I'm sure when Yemi connects back, he'll just talk briefly about the 1 or 2 slides he had left. So thanks everybody for staying on, and thanks for joining our sponsors and the companies in the breakout rooms. Please continue to do so and try and get as much information as you can about your career and your career prospects with them. We're going to just move on now. I'm going to move on to the next slide. Now I have this site there. Please, even if you're not directly looking for a job, make sure you save this link, cfasociety.ng.org/jobs. So this is where the CFA Society posts, companies with the CFA Society post jobs, the latest jobs in investment banking, asset management, portfolio management. You could see jobs there. So cfasociety.ng.org/jobs. Great. Right, so the breakout rooms, you can just go there directly into the breakout rooms. You don't need to be assigned. You can just click and join. I think you can click and join. Chinyere, you're mentioning that. So the breakout rooms, if you can't see breakout rooms, you have to click more. If you click the more button on your tools for Zoom, you will see breakout rooms. And if you don't, that means you need to update your Zoom. You don't have the latest Zoom. You have to update your Zoom to the latest, update your app, okay? So if you can't see breakout rooms, you must update your app. But right now, we're going to jump into the small trivia. So anyone ready to win, I think about 20,000 Naira in prizes for the first question? I have 2 questions for you. I need to see who is the fastest responder in the chat. So if you are ready to participate, type yes, you're ready to participate in this trivia. I'm going to ask you one question. If you answer very quickly in the chat, you have 20K worth of prizes. Shopping, 20K shopping, right? So I can see a few people have typed yes, 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 yes. They're ready. I want to see how many yeses I have. Good, 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 good. So you're ready. So get your brain ready and tuned for the first question. All right. Are we ready? Okay, so your first question, the very first person to answer correctly will get the prize money. Okay, so question. The question is, mention the 3 top asset management companies in Nigeria by asset under management. Who are, you have to mention all 3 in your response. The top 3 asset management companies in Nigeria by AUM, by asset under management. You have to type all 3 together, all 3. Who is the first to get this? Who is the first to get this? I can see somebody already. I think it's Isabel. I think you've already got it. Someone's already got it. You guys are too fast. So sorry, I already seen someone that got the answer. Stanbic IBTC Asset Management, FBN Quest Asset Management, and United Capital Asset Management Limited. That's the answer, right? So technically, by fastest responder, who is our judge, or who's going to be the judge of this? Let me even read it. FBN Quest, Stanbic Assets Management, and United Capital. I have. Oh no, let me go up after all the yeses. So someone will back me up at CFA Society to see who is it, but I think it is Isabel.
Yes,
Ashipa,
David, it's actually Isabel Ashipa. She got the answer correct.
Isabel, so are you there? You can put your hand up. Let's release your mic so we can say hello to you. It seems it's either you can type so sharply, so fast, or I mean, both brains and speed, I think, all together. Isabel, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Put your hand. Is that you? Hello. Am I talking to Isabel? Yes, Isabel is there. Great. So congratulations. Congrats. So I haven't asked the question now. Question is up. Answer the question. The question is up. In what month and year did the first CFA Society Nigeria Career Fair hold? In what month and year did the first CFA Society Nigeria Career Fair hold? Month and year. Can see all sorts of different dates. Is this a guessing game? What month and year? The first CFA Society Nigeria Career Fair, when did it hold? First month and year. Gloria, can I move to the answer? Have you seen a winner yet?
Oh yes, I've seen a winner since.
Oh, I can see who was the first. Who said September 2019 first?
That was Juwon Bello.
Juwon Bello, if you're here, let's hear from you.
Very
wonderful.
close to
Well done.
Yes, you'll have to scroll up.
Goodness. Wow. As in, he didn't waste any time at all. Guy should be on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, straight off. Yes. So well done, Juwon. Well done. Congratulations. Your prize money, your prize vouchers will reach you. So that's good. That was our last trivia. So networking continues. Please, guys, go and talk to those the companies. I mean, in my own time, I didn't have the opportunity to go and talk to a HR person directly and say, please, what is the lowdown on how I can join your company? What are the things I need to do? Those are the kind of questions you should ask. Go and jump in and ask those questions. Go to your breakout rooms. If you haven't updated your Zoom, please update your Zoom. Jump in and ask questions. We're going to leave the platform open for a while. I don't know how long, Gloria. we're leaving this platform open so that they can ask as many questions in the breakout rooms as they can. How long are we given?
Till 5:30.
Okay, till 5:30. So you have 25 minutes to go and ask questions for the various corporates that you think you would want to join. And also look at the chat. You see some links there, some evaluation links. Please click on them. Again, once you give your data there, of course, you join our database and we'll be able to give you some more advice and stuff on career. Remember the LinkedIn. Some of you should go update your LinkedIn profile hopefully today and update your LinkedIn page and start using LinkedIn for what it is, for a huge networking opportunity. Share your LinkedIn profiles here and try and do courses and attach them to your LinkedIn profile. So please do that. You could do that. There are many free, excellent courses out there that could help you in your career. And maybe I could even add one free for people to jump on. I don't know, maybe Frank, what do you think?
I think it'll be a good one.
Okay, so let me see, because I have this very famous free Excel course. Let me see if I can add the link for people they want to join. We can just get the link for free. I'll see if I can add that for you. But please take advantage of this. Don't log off. Go and talk to companies there. Go to the breakout rooms and go and ask for advice on how you can get employed, really. And one key thing I'll tell you is just confidence, real good confidence in what you know. It's not necessarily what you don't know, it's what you know. Are you confident enough in what you know, right? And people like that because they know, okay, this person is trainable. We don't expect you to know everything when you join, but we expect you to be able to be trainable. If you are trainable, then you're employable, right? So please join. I'll see if I can add one free course for everybody to jump on. Let me see. Right. We'll be hanging around for a little while and then we'll leave the platform open till 5:30. So please, as we said, jump on, take advantage. And for those interested in Excel skills, I've just dropped a link on the chat. You could have a free 5-day training on that. Learn some methodologies for doing Excel training. So enjoy that in the chat. Okay, no, I think I have to for everyone. Great. All right, so Gloria, if you have any slide to share, I don't know if I'm sharing my slide. I think I am. Okay, good. So I'll just leave this up for everybody. I think the slide is there. And thank you very much for joining us. This has been the career fair for CFA Society Nigeria for 2020. I hope you enjoyed it. And as I said, it hasn't closed yet. Please jump in and talk to our sponsors and the various companies that are looking for people like you to join them. So go and have a chat. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone.
Right.
Hello, Ayo. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Yeah, thanks so much. So much.
Thank you, sir.
You guys did so well. I mean, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's
You guys are on speaker. We can hear you.
topics were for themselves.
Okay, that's fine then. Thanks so much too, Frank. I mean, everything went seamless in the end. So as far as I can, thank you so much. We're so grateful.
Thanks so much. Well
Yes.
done. Regards to other members of the committee.
Yes, I'll let them know. And Gloria, thank you too.
Thank you, Marco.
Yemi, thank you.
Hello, Gloria. Gloria, can you share the feedback forms in the chat?
Yes, Marco, I've done that.
You've done that already?
Yes, Marco, I've done that. I'm going to send an email as well, but I've just dropped it on the chat box now.
Okay. All right, thank you.